Hello, everybody. We're back with more Auto Champions. It's account day 15. 15. We need to finish this time gate for Bobby. And then we're going to be doing some deep runs. Deep run. All right. Bobby, what's going on? What are you doing? At least they didn't put you in the front row. Those jerks. All right. There we go. Do something like this. And yeah. That looks fine. Sharkfighter 9000. Thank you for 17 months with Prime. Delcoon's 45 steps across the quad. Hello, hello. Hey, Traylon. Hey, Star Chaser. We left Bruno for the first time. We left someone picking overnight. Bruno over here in a Mert free play. Let's go see what he did. Only 884 coins from that, but he finished 3 of these. That's not bad. Not bad. Got us up closer to the currency of Vajra, so doing his thing. Doing his thing. Hey, Xenobite. What do we end up with in gems? 863. Okay. Now, like I said, trickle of gems, but you take everything you can get. We're gonna store all the gems up because we're trying to get. Oh, are we? Yeah, we're fine. We got stuff to make potions with. We want another familiar. We want another familiar now. It is interesting that they start him in the formation. We're never going to actually be able to level him up. Only champions in the front 2 columns can deal damage. Yeah. So he's going to sit at level 1 this entire thing, and hopefully he will have enough damage. Hey, Dance Lover. Are we on time gate? It says 16 time gate pieces. We're going to have to do the rest of those. You know, soonish. Should figure out who else we need. First, I should use my own code. Is there another one? Yeah, there's a Mars's Guiding Hand today. All right. And there was a Miller's Music Mondays yesterday. Yeah. What have we got? Green? That's the wrong button, Carla. That button. There we go. Okay. Progress. Progress. And progress. Hey, Sergeant. Hey, Bravo Marco. So So we're going to finish this time gate. We're going to head to... let's go look at our... We're going to head to Tales of the Champions. Because we could get gear for Esmeralda and Lae'zel. Dynahair. Obviously Hank. Yeah. We're close to Strongheart. Yeah. We're going to go to Tails. We'll do our deep push in Tails. So that we can then attempt variant 1 for each of the Tails champions. And then once we finish that, the plan is then to go to the event, and do an event deep run for favor, and then start churning through, trying to do like tier 2, ideally, of all the event stuff. All the event stuff. And we got, you know, we have 4 champions we could get stuff for in the event. So, you know, tier 2 is going to get us, well, 1 of Lark's feats plus, you know, a couple buffs for Lark, 3 Modron component chests, which we'll take, a couple buffs for Nordum, a couple buffs for Darius, not that we care, probably not using the Darius a lot, a couple of buffs for Regis. Nordum's going to be used a lot, I guess. Now, I guess, I mean, he is. Just it's weird. Weird to say that. Yeah, we'll go up here. Wait, now I'm curious. I wonder if he did anything. Let's go over here and see if it even registers that he did anything. Because remember, auto progress has been a little borked. No, it says it progressed 217 areas. I will believe it. I did not write down anything to test. Like paranoid I'm forgetting something. But I don't know what it would be. We don't have any chests that need opening, really. We haven't done any deep runs anywhere. I don't need blessings. We bought all our patron stuff, right? Yes. I don't know. I don't know. Where are we on champions? 41. On our way to 50 for Zariel. So the time get pieces we have would get us to what, 43. We'll have another flex champ unlock on Wednesday. That'll be 44. And then it's all either time gate pieces or chasing evergreens from that point on. And until Tails drops next week, but Tails wouldn't, like, Tails is going to have Nordum in it. And Cass. Cass would be the only new. So, Iliandros, 15 steps across the quad. Nice. Making a break for it. There we go. And we're done. Mass Connect asks, is it 3 champions that recycle the time gates to limit the area requirements? Yeah. That's the reset. Because you go up 50 when you... Yeah, you go up 50 when you choose a champion. You go down 25 every time you choose a different champion. So cycling 3, everything back to normal. All right, close the gate. Convert into Ren Knight, because that's where we're going. Tails. And Strongheart is the only one that has an adventure without, so far, has an adventure that doesn't have armored enemies in it. So we're going to Friends of a Feather free play. And we're going to do... Oh, no, I don't have an epic. We're going to do the goal find here and here. I don't even have an hour long. Good Lord. That's depressing. All right. What is it cost to make? One of the big ones. so close to 480. We would kind of need 2 of them. You know what? We're spinning gems. Just just to see. Even though I said I was going to save up for familiar, apparently not. Okay. Just the off chance that it might drop something. But that's why we break stuff down. All right. Did I have this? No, so we'll do one of these. Hey, Strathamal, hey, Tara. All right, so we're at 333 EO8 favor in Red Knight. We want to get that into the 20s somewhere. Ideally. Roll one of no sound, check the cat. He stood on my speaker's mute button. Nice. Nice. That would definitely do it. Wait, what am I doing? I don't have to. I can put them back here. Like this. Still trying to build like, oh, I've got to be right behind for Nihili isn't there? What? We're gonna say beasts. I don't know. We got dragons. There we go. Why'd it get so dark on the screen? Can I get this dark filter for Icewind Dale? Come on. Never gonna stop asking about a dark filter for Icewind Dale. Mm-hmm. 45 steps across the crowd. J-Dog says, time to drop the trench coat. You dropped that before you ran across the crowd. I hate to break it to you. That would have been gone a long time ago. Nifty game. 7 steps in. Nice. Gotta start somewhere. Gotta start somewhere. He's already qualified, so. I wonder how far we're going to be able to get here. I know tail scaling clearly was a little different than... Felt different than Grand Tour, but I don't actually know that for sure. Just kind of felt that way. Here asks, is Kroll a DPS now? Because he's totally carrying my team's button. So Kroll's plagues can get multiple instances. Like, so more than just 10 stacks. They can go to 20, 30, 40. And if you, through Virulent Strain. And if that happens, and someone that is not the DPS hits an enemy with 20, 30, 40 stacks, getting a multiplicatively, once they have more than 10, they multiplicatively stack against each other. A support can set Bud, just because they hit someone so heavily debuffed. And then it will take a long time for Bud to actually, because it could shoot it through the roof. And it could take a while to come back to what would be normal. It can do the same thing with gold, too. You can end up getting so much gold that suddenly you're going 20, 30, 40 areas, and you're still not able to level anybody up. But it's because you got a huge mass of it, and you used it to level people up already, and, you know, enjoy. Yeah, stuff like that. That's kind of what Kroll was always notorious for. That, and in like on a boss area, leaving one enemy behind that you just can't kill. Those are Kroll leftovers. You just got to back up to the area before, turn auto progress back on, let the game run it again, and it usually gets past it. Nifty Games asks, Lucius Talon or Ward Duck for the last flex slot. Also, what the party's done, all patrons except for Elminster. Oof. Well, Lucius and Morduck are the two of the stronger choices there. Talon is not that great as a support currently. They need a rework. And so then it's like, you know, what kind of DPS do you want? Do you want like a DPS that thrives with lots of crowd control, and that's Lucius? Or do you want a DPS that's going to make you like really like mess with your formation building, make you try to come up with like, you know, out of the box formation layouts because of the way they invert positional formation abilities? Because that's Warduck. He isn't really a tank. I mean, he can tank while he DPSs, but he can't just be a tank as a support. He's not a DPS tank support. He's just a DPS tank. And in those situations, the DPS is the prominent tag. Tank is an afterthought. Srathal asks, would Carl then be a good support for Karlach because of his debuffs? I mean, Karlach will take anybody. Krull, I like Krull early on because I like Krull early on because he can really kind of snowball your gold find and your progress, because he can do well without gear. But he really only provides that once you, like, it's this kind of slow, methodical method of pushing, and you have to have a survivable tank for it. So like the Krull Briv combo, like have Briv tank, have Krull stack up plagues, because it takes a while to stack it up. So it can be a slower method of progress. because you know, the stacks have to tick up to really get into the power, and then you're hoping that they spread. And but yeah, I mean, he'll work. Cridle doing dodge tanking. Yeah, as long as he's refreshing, as long as you're refreshing Cridle stacks, like as long as, which basically means you've got a couple, one or more people with the healing tag in, then that'll work. But eventually Cridle can get, you know, eventually a punch slips through. Hey, Amoeba. Strongheart does the job, yeah. It's just you're really hoping that you never run out of stacks on Cridle. I knew what you meant. I could read that. I could read that just fine. Hey, complete 1,000 areas with Shady's dash ability active. Whee! Night did ask, why is King of Shadows so popular on the time gate thing? A good question. I don't know that I've ever understood the popularity rating on time gates. I mean, it means people are time gating them, but that doesn't... I think it's reading the number of time gates run for them and not like the number of people running time gates for them. But we'd have to clarify. We'd have to ask the devs that. Because sometimes people will just decide, well, I want to try to run up, like I have a bunch of time gate pieces and I got this champion and I'm just going to run its time gate for a while to get a bunch of chests for them. And that can skew, like just a handful of people could skew the whole thing if they're doing that. I mean, we're probably seeing a lot of people recommend King of Shadows now. Because they're newer and you know, they're kind of the new hotness. So that's probably getting more, you know, some new people to then time gate them as well. Also on Epic, they were given away in the promo. And so there might be people on Epic running time gates for them to try to get them gear. They came with some chests, but not a ton, right? There's some variants that only include top or bottom percent time gate. Yeah, I know, I hate those. I hate it when they do variants that are based off stats that are just nonsensical at times, it feels like. Shadows feel messy as bleeding off of the closer enemy or closer allies is a strange mechanic. I mean, you know, there's only so many. Well, I don't know. You've got to really think outside the box to come up with stuff that's new after 8 years, right? So you gotta come up with things that are strange sometimes to try to do something good. And at least it isn't a quick time event. Ultimate or something, right? You run Calliope, I actually find just Briv and King of Shadows on the front line takes care of everything. Because, you know, Briv considers that damage that he then heals from every 10 seconds or 10 hits, so no issues. No issues whatsoever. But yeah, shields work too. And just one of the variants you recommended in Avernus said offline. Yeah. That's probably what is it? Extreme Heat or whatever? Is that that one? I might be getting the name slightly wrong. It's been a while since we've been to hell. Do offline background does not take all the extra damage. Extreme. Oh, there it is. Extreme. I didn't even finish reading. God dang it, Garwar. Read the freaking question in full before you comment. Yeah. So it didn't used to. Word on the street is it might now. I don't know. But that was one of the ways to get through it back when I wrote that guide and put that tip in. Was if you just, if you were having troubles healing up the damage or preventing it or whatever, you could just try to run it in the background. Either background or offline. Well, I think it was offline specifically instead of, but I don't know anymore. Because when I start a new account, we do it in an active party. But yeah, tough to say. Now. We do. 15 minutes in or so. All right. Not bad. How are we doing over here? We're up to EO9. Hey, it's gone up. Going from 3 EO8 to 3 EO9 is 1,000% increase. That's what an order of magnitude is, basically. This point. Excuse me. At every point? Probably at every point. Which is why, 100% doesn't mean a whole lot, right? You're not even going up an order of magnitude. Like, is that a big difference? But yeah, sometimes variants aren't, because of the way offline and background progress works, sometimes variants aren't coded to process those effects when it's run offline or background, like through the simulation. In the same way, sometimes abilities aren't coded to work in the simulation. So in those cases, the lack of consistency benefits us, because then we can just throw it into a background party and do it. But when it's something big like the house always wins and double or nothing, they tend to then try to go in when they find out people are cheesing it through offline or background progress. They try to go in and then fix the coding. I'm told it's hit or miss. Now, like, sometimes you could absolutely get Windfall offline again, even after they tried to fix it. And normally I don't encourage people to take advantage of bugs, but on that one, you have my Gara blessing. Well, I think the thing about Extreme Heat is it's part of the efficient patron variants, and when I get to Avernus, I always stop and grind those for all the patrons I have active at the time, because that gets tier 5-ish in perks for all of them. Like, you do all of those ones on that list from Avernus, and there's tier 5. And that's a lot of perks. It's also a lot of currency, right? So it's a lot of influence. It's a lot of currency. So it's a lot of progress. Couldn't take it with Windfall. Did it offline. That's fine with me. Like I said, that's the one place I'm going to be like, just cheese it. No regrets. Hey, Lurking Rider. Yeah, I was hoping you were doing okay. I hadn't seen you posting, but life happens sometimes. So. Welcome back. I'm gonna end up leveling all the cores before I get the bonus XP blessing from Fortune's Wheel. Fortune's Wheel is messed up, so, you know, can't really chase anything there in terms of blessings. Wow. Wow. Cannot seem to get the Cozy Dark Urge pack in the Epic Game Store to apply to my account. I play in iOS. Like, do you... What? I tried to be nice. Seen the new condensed view of chest drops? We haven't really been opening lots of multi-chests on this account. I'd have to open up my... Hold on, let me bring up my other account. Hey, look, grab sleep when you can, Lurking Rider. I get it. No worries. Strathan, I saw a video where you use freely in your car like push aim. Yes. What does freely provide in particular? A huge debuff. I ask you who you would choose in C2 instead of Kreidel to support Carlock. Lae'zel? Usually? Oh, it's Steam Replay. I don't... You know what? Sure, Steam. What's my Steam replay? You know what? No, I'm not doing this. You know what? No, never mind. Hold on, there's a big Dune patch. I gotta let that patch before I can open up. And open like some bulk chest contents on my main account to see what it looks like. But yeah, I mean, Lae'zel's a solid support. She's melee, so she works with like a Duke Ravenguard Strongheart formation. And Karlach's Tadpole helps Lae'zel, even though Lae'zel's Tadpole doesn't really help Karlach. That tends to be where I end up. Who else is over here? Yeah. Yeah, that was... Yeah. New Cult of the Lamb, yes. Woolhaven coming early next year, yes. I've been seeing that. January 22nd. Really neat. Hopefully it does well, because that was a fun game. I enjoyed that game. Here, let me see. Condensed. Oh. Huh. I mean, that's interesting. That's interesting. I think it's gonna take a little time to get used to. But I will try to keep it on condensed and see what happens. Oh, that's where, dang it. Deep-Rock Galactic Survivor has added mid-game saves. But now auto-saves when you enter the shop between runs, so you can just stop then, which is nice. We need that for Conquest Dark. I need some kind of save feature. I mean, you can go... People will go like 10,000 like waves into that game before it, before it finally reaches its version of a kill screen. But it can take like a week, and I'm just not gonna leave my computer on for that. I'd like to try it sometime, but Regards to Cult of the Lamb, hopefully I managed to die from old age again and know some of the less good ways that happen to others in chat. Folks, if you're wondering what the hell's going on, when we did Cult of the Lamb, we tried to do, all of the people, like all of our little followers that we picked up got named after people in chat, which also meant that at some point people die as they get old and they die. But then we'd bring them back to life as, on a rotation in the order that they died. We'd try to do the resurrection rituals and bring people back. But yeah, there were some pretty strange deaths. I don't even know that the deaths are the bad part. I think the bad part is when one cult member tricks another cult member into eating poo. Like, what? Why? Why would you do that? Yeah, I didn't see the rest of the buffs, but they were like, "Oh, I want to play a trick on them. Ooh, it's so mean. I want to make them eat poo. Like, will you help me, oh cult leader?" And it's like, look, I'm here to enable you. I'm an enabler as a cult leader. I mean, so sure. But that's weird. I just want to be on clear. That's weird. Yeah, we have our famous hashtag "Gar bless you" from Cult of the Lamb. I almost have to go back, man. I almost have to go back and watch VODs to remember all of the little sayings that we had, because we came up with a bunch of very culty sayings while playing that game. And the only one that sticks with me is hashtag "Gar bless you." Ooh, Dune Awakening gets a free holiday pack of decorative items. One is a strategy table with assorted miniatures to play strategically, such as a miniature ornithopter, faction miniatures, and more. Interesting. Yeah, it looks neat. All right. Everybody's getting in there, basically their December patch now while they can, because no one's working next week. Not if they can help it. As a cult leader, I'm an enabler. Yeah, well, look. It's not wrong. Not wrong. All right, we're into the 430s, but we're slowing down a bit. So let's... maybe we need damage, right? I have to start bringing in damage dealers. Base reconstruction tool is now in. So you can literally craft the tool, aim it at your base, and then store the whole base and everything in it, except for vehicles. So you want to disassemble those, store them in your in storage. Like it gives you everything apparently. Wild. Just removes your entire base from the world. And then when you go to put it back, it just builds it all. It's not like you have to rebuild it. It's wild. Would not work. Well, it might work. Well, no, probably would not work with my base because of where it's built. It's not built on even terrain. Like putting it back, I wouldn't be able to put it somewhere else. I'd have to put it right back in that same spot. All right, we need a lot more damage. Speaking of Freely, should have had Freely on from the beginning. Gosh, dang it, Garwar. This is a favor run. Freely should have been in from the beginning. No disassemble. To get the no disassemble feature, you have to name your base Johnny 5. Shandy probably not doing a lot of work as a support right now, so I think she's the one that's probably gonna go away. Yeah, and then we do it like this, we do it like that. Do it with a wiffle ball bat. Yeah, strong heart. Now vendors that sell all the past Twitch drops. Oh, I knew that was going to happen eventually. There's going to be some people upset about that. And the cargo container, that's what I've been waiting on. It's designed for transporting large quantities of items and materials, but no, I'm just using it for storage. Problem is it takes up like one of your vehicle slots. Sucks. All right, we're dying. We're dying. Okay. What was? Oh no, that's old pushing. We're not using old. That was old speed too. Whoops. Where are we going? We're going Halson. I really want to keep using Hank, but. Let's see. I feel like we're gonna have to get an ornament here. Can't believe I just said that. Who's tanking? We need 2 tanks. It's gonna have to be Havilar. Yeah. We need to do this. Again, Havi. The Dembo and not Alla. Alla kills us with the taunt, which we've learned. The downside of the... You gotta really be survivable to run Alla. Wait, Woolhaven is almost longer than the original game? Wow. That's... I mean, the original game was a good amount of content, so good for them. Up to E16. Wow, I left you in this whole time and you didn't scavenge a single time gate piece? Oh, we're up to 45 out of 69. He doesn't have many time gate pieces left. She still has 200 Electrum she could give us. Alright, well, that's right. We're going to use Gale now. Right, our Gale's beefy. He buffs the 2 columns in front of him, so we can either make attacks against champions miss, or make it the debuff. I want the debuff in an AoE. I think it's 2 columns. Is that right? Yeah, 2 columns at. Oh, here we go. 100% for each champion. The formula is int 13 or higher. No, that's not great. 2 stacks. The other one's also 2 stacks, so... I mean, are we going to be switching her out? No. So we'll just, it doesn't matter then. Oh, that one doesn't even need to go in. It'll throw me off, though. We're putting it in. Missed most of the streams of the last 2 weeks or so. Also didn't see Norman's blocks. Didn't know what the real was like until I checked him out in game. My initial reaction? Yeah, his buff is huge. Well, it can be. You've developed your Modron cores. It's huge. Yeah. So that's a thing that happened. That's a thing that happened. But also the other thing that happened is we've at day 14 we unlocked Strahd and did split the party too. That's another thing that happened. So we got 2 cores, 3 parties, 3 patrons, 41 champions, and we're still running greens and stuff. Yeah, unfortunately for Nordum, they, you know, I like that they based it off you developing your core, but they didn't improve what he offers in terms of helping you develop the core. So he's still, you know, worse than Diana at equal gear when you're starting out. So that's kind of weird, you know. Ugh. Oh, no, allergy attack. Hold on. Let me mute this and change this, and then I'll be back in a minute. All right. Wonder if one of the math folks figured out the point at which Nordum improves cores better than Diana. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how you'd figure that out, other than I don't know if you could figure that out with just math. I think you have to like test a lot of things, and people don't really have access to that unless they like. I don't know. I don't know. At a certain point, you just gotta test as you boost Nordum. I mean, I think Diana's more efficient early on, and better in general because the speed effect is better than the core leveling. I think just for completing content and getting you gems and stuff. But at a certain point, then you want to boost Nordum. I don't know where that is. Oder, good night. Thanks for hanging out. So we're gonna want to get Nordum in. He's gonna want to go back here. Basic functionality. All right. This looks like a good formation. Well, like what I want to do is get another familiar and then park Nordum in the background, leveling up this core while I'm actively leveling up that core, right? I don't have any of the big speed potions, so I was trying to get some with the chests, and didn't happen because we need, we are doing kind of back to back. Oh, hi there. 100 free platinum. Thank you. Ding, 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 ding. We are trying to get like 2 deep favor runs done today. So I'm more worried about that and having potions for that than anything. And been worrying about the familiar at the moment. Oh, I got 100 free platinum. What else was in here? No. No. Reroll this one. It's got the biggest discount and it's golden. Gonna be golden. Reroll for free. Only 50% off though. It's better. Nope. Oh, yeah. Jackpot. Diana's Golden Epic. We'll be right back. That's her speed item. That's, yeah. That's going to help us out a lot. And we get a Potion of Polish refunded because we shinied that one. What a great time to reroll. All right, we'll take that. And that's why we've been saving stuff. So that did that, and now we should have a Potion of Polish in our inventory. Not yet. I bet we have to switch parties. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Now I gotta figure out somewhere to put a Potion of Polish. I mean, before I put it on her, I was considering putting it on Sentry, so maybe we just throw it on Sentry. Maybe we wait. I feel like Humon's coming up in our near future, and maybe we save it for them. I feel like one of our time gates should probably be Humon. Right? I mean, I could just go for the full speed team. I don't see any reason not to. E17. We're losing time. Oh. 14 minutes. When did that... Was that always there? Yeah, I don't know that one. So we're not... Yeah. So far we're not getting what I was hoping for. But, you know what, we're going to save this as pushing. And we're actually going to go back and do our gold find. Doesn't Regis have gold find now? Yeah. Regis joins the gold find party. Oh, that matters. Ah. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. John Axel. Valentine. Yeah, our gold find team is different. Different. Little, yellow, different. Okay, what? No, we don't want on hit. We do want rogues. No, we do want rogues. However, and Archon. Yes, something like that. Okay. Gold farming. Why did I have all of these people in there for? I don't know. Okay. Hot swap back. Here we go. There's the E19s. Two orders of magnitude with just a quick hot swap. Maybe three if we can keep this going. We'll hit E20 at some point. All right. Now we level up our pushing team a lot. A lot. Outsold Mariah Carey's infamous Christmas song in 1994 for 3 whole weeks. Kept her off the top spot for Christmas. Wow. Time to ramp her up a bit. See what we can get. We're at that phase of our push. Get her up to 100. I'm like, why is this taking so long? Because I have familiars out. God dang it, Carwar. We haven't done a deep favor push in a while. It'll be faster now. One more. There we go. Okay, what do we get up to? 186. Well, 187. We went 187 on Battle Champions. Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah. It's there's our E20. Just switch over to speed. Honestly. Wait, what happened? Oh. I know what happened. Our speed group changed. Like, all these people changed. And we never... And I didn't resave the new version. There we go. Here. I need a Shandian. You go leave. You leave. You come in. You go over here. Uh-oh. Can I move somebody? Andy. Oh, sorry. And alleyway can before. Who was our... Oh, the DPS was Minsk, but we need Freely. And... So... we'll go Outlook here. Oh, it wouldn't have been you. Who would have... That's Taz? Yeah, probably. Okay, well, we hit the E20s. We don't have a lot of time on the Fire Breath Potion left, but we do have 15-minute ones we could use. And we basically just want to give ourselves as big a buffer as possible when attempting this stuff. Even though we only have to go to 250, we want as much favor as possible to overcome any variant restrictions. I don't know why I closed this before I mentioned that. Yeah, so like, you know, only champions with 100 rolls can deal damage. Blah blah blah. We're not really trying to get here per se. It'd really be nice if you could hover over this and see what it actually is. I mean, some of these wouldn't, you know, might be useful, but I don't know that we're really shooting for. But also, I haven't done a tier 2 event in a variant yet. So we're gonna do the variant ones. First variant for everything and go from there. All right, can we get past this guy? I mean, we can. I can just hit the damage button. Just hit the damage button. All right, let's call it there. Raven, 15 steps through the quad. New push team. I mean, we're adapting as we get more power on people. Thought you was in Diana. I mean, I was, but then the Nordum rework dropped. So Nordum rework's like wildly strong. Okay, so gear. I think we're just gonna start with Esmeralda. Hunting for a good meal. Yeah, you constantly got to adapt to whatever your new strength is, right? That's what we're trying to do. Get Brave into tank. Because what's going on here already? Enemies have 1,000% more health, but enemies that are favored foe for any champion take 100% additional damage. Okay, so it's favorite foe situations. Let's do that. We want. Wow, look at the wigs on the mic. What is going on? What is? We've got beasts. We've got undead. And Esmeralda's favorite foe is undead, so that's going to take care of that. Dynahair will take care of humanoids. We need Men Scout here to do beasts. Oh, there we go. Yeah, new strength, 2 days. Now Nordum will come back in for speed. Or, excuse me, Diana will come back in for speed. With her new golden epic speed item. Who is your daddy and what does he do? No, we're gonna do that. Okay. Like, who's here that's not normally here? Okay, we're going 250 areas. We're gonna try a pair of speed potions and leveling up a bunch of click damage to start. I get a weekly offer. It was a weekly offer. I got 100 free platinum in my weekly offer, and we already had some platinum anyway sitting around. We haven't spent, and then there was a weekly offer for 300 and something, 330 platinum for the golden epic. I mean, yes, please. Sure. We will take that. Yeah, I was re-rolling the golden border one, and it came up Diana's Golden Epic. But I was originally like hoping I was going to get a familiar, and then that popped up, and I was like, nope, nope, we're doing that one. No questions asked there. Gimme. The nice thing about this is it puts the cap at 626, but we're not even going to need to go that hard. Because we're already 100, we're at 169, nice, 0.6. One nice 0.6% speed of transitions. So, you know, we're almost halfway there. Just at 50 item levels, we're almost halfway to our cap. If we could get the feats, yeah. We saved up for the feats. Yeah. We're like in that realm now of like, ooh. We at least start saving up for her 12.5k feet? Like, because it would just, we don't want to invest too much into her until we get those feet. Get out of here. Get out of here, jerk. Nobody wants you. Make like a tree and get out of here. All right. Contract. Had my streak saved? Nice. Where are we going? We're going, we need 2 on... Really? Tell me that doesn't. No. All right. Should have used a balloon to start. There we go. Okay. Now we can go back to Diana. Let me go back to Diana. Basically, I put my Aliwick. Got my Aliwick to average level 100. We got Aliwick up over 50. We got Diana to 50, and then we're getting Aliwick to 100, and we're going to get Diana to 100. Yeah, threw off the one nice. Now we're at 172. Come on. This is the way. The two of them together efficiently just do good work. We're gonna have to check her buff now versus Nordum simply because because of her average item levels. Yeah, no, Eliwick hates me. Look, I'm just glad we finally got the dang card, and then I shined it instantly, right? Because I knew it was getting lots of item levels. But yeah, she hates me. She absolutely hates me. No Electrums either. Large Fire Breath. Here, there's an epic. Yeah, it doesn't. The golden doesn't make up for it at all. At all. We burned a bunch of reagents making that huge speed potion, unfortunately. And we're going to have to do it again when we get to the time gate, or when we get to the event run. Unless I can... we're not earning gems right now, really. Not like if we were doing regular adventures. Well, I didn't. I used Nordum just at the end for pushing. We had Diana in from the start. So I start off with the speed team. Like this, which now I need to update, actually, just to make sure. Started out with the speed team. And then switched to the pushing team. Didn't I want to craft a legendary? Yes, but we weren't there yet, and we needed speed. We were doing a deep push, so... is what it is. Plans change. Plans change. But yeah, I was saving up to craft a legendary, and we weren't there. Just didn't get there. Crypt blocker. 4,000. Get yours today. This is so annoying. The only people that are doing damage are hunters. Why are you? You're supposed to go up there when she knocks you back. Once we get to the everyone needs to crit variant. Well, here's the thing. Hank has that ability. He has that tactical spec. You got to get to that, though. You got to get to that. And we could run like Caddy Bree, although I have no, yeah, I've got a decent, I've got at least a green for her crit chance. We're going faster than I expected, though. We're going to waste some of this potion. But, oh, I know what the problem is. I didn't keep leveling up click damage. This click damage works just fine. Oh, Rosie's the queen of crit damage. She still needs to get, you still need to boost her crit chance. Because it starts off low. So you still need like a Duke Ravengard or a Hank. Get her up there. Wasn't paying attention, notice I have a nice amount of silver chests. Nice. Nice. Well, it's a waste if I stack a pair of them. So I stacked, I ran 2. Or third, actually, it's going to be fine. It'll be fine. Because we would only have had 5 minutes left, and we weren't going to finish this in 5 minutes, so it'll be fine. I'm just really, I don't know, frustrated that I had to spend reagents where I wanted to. Hey, there's a gold chest. It's better than nothing. Oh, and we got an electro symbol. Wasn't paying attention. Bounties. Okay, that's progress. On the tracker, down to 30. When Rosie's affiliation helps her increase her crit chance? No one ever said they do. That's not, the whole point of Rosie's crit damage spec is, or crit damage is that you choose the spec where it makes it last a lot longer. Like where it makes a bud decay slower, basically. And so even though that she only has like a, a 1 in 5 crit chance, like a 20% crit chance, when she crits, she spikes your bud through, she maxes your bud like way up there with the crit damage, and then it falls off very, very slowly. Ideally, you get another crit in before it you could keep that going because the crits, even a 1 in 5 chance is going to keep that bud up there, right? It's just that if you get her, up to 100% crit chance, then she's just constantly doing that kind of damage, and that's fun. But really, it's just about riding that massive bud high, even with a low crit chance. Well, they have all of Humon feats, so gold chests again until I can afford Diana and Whittle feats. What questline is Towering Expectations in? Sword Coast. It's when you come to the fork in the road, you go north. So Grand Tour of the Sword Coast. The North Fork. North Fork. That's the original path. Yeah, no, south is the hard way. Yeah. South is the harder path. Like it actually, the difficulty jumps up a lot because it was added after all of the north path got added. But there's nothing in the game that would tell you that. Right? Maybe walnut someday. I don't know that you need to boost Rosie's crit chance. I mean, it's fun. I do it, but that's more just because I like Strongheart, Duke Ravenguard, and Rosie together. Like, why wouldn't I? It's more than I'm boosting Strongheart's crit chance, and Rosie just benefits as well, is the thing. First, I didn't even see the north path. I don't understand that one. It's like right here. When this unlocks, you get arrows north and south, right? But yeah, then it tends to default down here, even though I haven't gone down there. Yeah, it's weird. The Sword Coast is a little broken. It should default you up. And you should have to look to find this, but it doesn't. There isn't two paths going north. There's only one. Only one path going north. This is literally the only split path in the game. The only one in the game. And there's only one path going north. You come up here, you follow it, you go through here. It takes you to, you get to here. This takes you to Barovia, but then you come out of Barovia and you go here, which is still along the same path. And then you do that, and then you end up going down in the Underdark. That's all this path, though. It's all one north path. Stories of Prisline, that's not what we're talking about. Talking about the fork in the road. There's only one fork in the road. There's only one north path and one, like from the fork, there's one north path and one south. You already came down The one from the tutorial that doesn't, you don't go back up it. Doesn't work that way. But it's definitely not. But there aren't two paths. Like, you don't have to choose between Barovia and the Underdark. That's all. You can't get to the Underdark without going through Barovia. That means it's one path. One fork in the road, plenty of knives in the dark, and I'm out of spoons. Exactly. Starion goes both ways. But everybody knew that. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, everybody has a different readability, I guess, standards. That I can't really speak to that. I mean, back in my day, we went uphill both ways in Sword Coast, so in the snow. So. I can't. I have no control of the volume of advertisements, folks. Only the volume of my own stream. Well, I guess that's on my stream, but I didn't serve them. I mean, who said they have to have a pulse? He is dead after all. I'm done. I just forgot if does she have? No, Lazel was next. That's the crit one. Do 1 point of damage to normal attacks that aren't crit hits. Yeah. We want Caddy Bree. Boost the crit chance. Tactical advantage. Nice. Boost her crit chance as well. So we do what we can because we must. Wait. That doesn't sound right. I can just do this. All right, what did we do that they're so happy about? 25 variants in the game. Let me get these leveled up and then I'll get back to chat. Okay. Looking forward for a race to patrons once Tales is finished. Meh. I don't know that it's super helpful for players. It feels like it might push people into a patron grind, which I don't endorse at all. But whatever. Everybody's choice. I recommend a champion for seat 7. I already have Minsk, Freely, and Caddy Bree. Yeah. I mean, Lucius is in there if you're looking for like split the party 3. I like Vin Ursa. Jim's solid. Egbert is good, really good for gold find. And if you have Havilar already, Frida is the twin sister that then creates a nice little synergy. But then you'd also want to chase their dad. So, I mean, there's some different options. I mean, Vin Ursa is just generally solid. She's evil. You know, there aren't a lot of. She is a hunter with some gold find. Jim is a support DPS. Yeah, with some limitations. Frida is to pure DPS. Egbert is a tank with gold find, which is nice. He's also a ranged tank, which are rare in the game. And there are variants where they're like, ranged only. So he can come in handy for those. Mehen isn't the one that's fond of checkbooks. That's Havilar. Or Spider House. So I was trying out a Zaka farming for the first time. Despite my gold group being E20 less than my pushing group, I came back 15 minutes later to find the boss was dead. My team was falling back. What? I was keeping the boss knocked back and it wasn't an armor hit type, but why did 15 minutes manage when my push team could... I have no idea. There's too many variables there. I don't know. There's no way for me to know. It could have been just that the knockback didn't work and the boss killed your team if you weren't watching. But that may not. But if you, I don't know if you move forward. I don't know. Yeah, there's too many variables for me to know. Too many variables for me to know. I can't stand Umberto, so I will never recommend Umberto. It's tons of time, or resources, or both. Like in speed potions or both, right? I don't like him. Did not expect ranged tank. Sounds almost contradictive. Well, he's got a big shield and then he throws bombs. So here you go. The range tank. Ranged tank. Also, look, I know that, Lord Spider, I know there's people who just swear by leaving the boss alive for Azaka farming, but here's the thing that happens, like, unless you know 100% that you're going to lock that boss down, without any chance of them ever getting near you, the boss is going to be scaling up in power, and if they ever get a single hit through, you die. I always avoided the boss. I always left a minion alive. I never farmed the boss for that reason. But there are definitely people in the community who swear by farming the boss because of one global blessing or a perk or something. I don't care. I don't care. I always did the minions because it was just, there was too much potential for no bueno in leaving a boss alive. Oh, and there's the other reason. So the boss is scaling up infinitely, like, because the rage stacks. If it's enraged, the boss is ticking up, and if you happen to have anybody in the party that scaled off those, then their damage or their buff would be scaling as well, and that could kill it. That's another reason I don't like leaving the boss alive. Feathers on your team for the gold debuff. I mean, you could get lucky and get a really strong damage debuff off Freely, or he could have gone Bud's Buggy. Freely could have gone Bud's Buggy. Could have gone full Breaking Bud. That is definitely a possibility. Can we crit already? All right, this is where her ultimate comes in. Then everybody crit against it real quick. There we go. Lurking Rider says, Egbert once used a bomb to shield Surf over a wall. The rest of the group walked through the open gate. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Okay, so we got some chests for... Who? Esmeralda. Who were we just... Who did we just do a variant for? That's right, it's Esmeralda. Does it stay on where I had it? It does. Okay. That's good. It's going to take some getting used to. All right. Gold Esmeralda chest. Trainee stake. Nice. Okay. Dimensional Champions. Miss Choppy. The Sun Dagger. Okay. Give me that epic. Preparation. All right. Oh, and we get a green for we get the jump for Briv. That takes us to 29, back into the 20s. Okay. All right, Esmeralda. Esmeralda still has 2 greens. That's not ideal. But she's better geared than she was. So when we need her, we can bring her in, but we'll be, for pushing now, we're doing him. I haven't done an Azaka farm since Turn of Fortune's Wheel came out. Honestly. Since before Turn of Fortune's Wheel came out. Oh, it could be longer than 10 minutes setting up. Depends on how good you are at getting a 40 stack. Wow. If you're able to speed through the game that fast, then there isn't really a point to a lot of stuff, right? But it isn't, you know. Zaka farming wasn't, you know, not what it was meant for. But yeah, there's other options. You can do whatever you want now. But I don't even do Bakos bombing. I think that's pointless, personally, so. Carmel Marco says, I continuously failed to set up an Azaka farm for an hour. Gave up on the strat completely after that. Nowadays, yeah, you don't have to. You can just do dirty gold farming. I really feel like that's the way, the truth, and the light. Looking Raider says 4 years of playing and I only ever managed a 40 pilfer stack on crawl once. I used to go to demonstrate it on the tutorial show and I'd be like, we may be here a while, folks, and then bam, I'd get it right away on the first attempt. It happened multiple times. So, but I came up with strategies to make it quicker. Because there absolutely were ways that you could optimize your chance and make it less. You know, there's like ways to do it that are just going to make you pull your hair out, and then there's ways that are, you know, give you a much higher chance of the strain proccing and transferring. So it's fickle, time consuming, and worse goal find than you mean Mako's? There isn't a hen. I don't understand that comment. Look, I've never tried Mako's bombing, so I can't tell you how comparable it is. What I think maybe you're failing to understand is that you're talking about the game right now, and the game right now isn't the way the game has always been. And I'm talking about all the things along the way, right? Until Sergeant Knox came out, Mako's bombing wasn't a thing anyone did since like year one. Since before Azaka came out. Once Azaka came out, Mako's bombing stopped. Part of that was because Mako's required a very specific group to boost his gold find bonuses. I think when I did my math, I could probably go find my calculations from back in the day when I was trying to build tier lists for gold find, and I think back in the day, I think Mako's was second behind Krull for potential gold find. The problem was there was no getting there. There just weren't the champions to get him there. So a lot's changed since then, right? I mean, not only do we get Sergeant Knox to help boost him, but he's also got a lot more people who can come in and support his goal find ability. And Bud changes stuff, right? Because early on, there was no Bud. It was every champion had their own individual scaling for their ultimates, and some were garbage. And then as they added soft caps, some of them fell behind, and that's why you'll see some champions who have ultimate damage upgrades in their upgrade path, because it comes from that time. They never changed it. And so Azaka farming just made everything better. Like, so much better. So did it take a while to set up? Sure, but the gold was so worth it. You know, like E10 plus. I think I heard of, some people with really high numbers getting like an E20 boost at the end of a run. But consistently over E10 of a boost to your stuff. So if you were in the E30s, you were getting, if you were normally getting E30, you'd get like E40 plus, E45. If you did it right with a 40 stack. So that was worth it. The game has changed a lot since then. And yeah, I'm the first person to say, no, I don't think you should do any of that stuff. I don't think you should do Azaka farming. I don't think you should do Mako's bombing. I think everybody should do dirty gold farming. I don't see the point in the Mako stuff. So, but that's just me. Everybody can do whatever they want. I just present the information. Here's how they all work, and you go do what you want to do. But like I said, I got Azaka farming down pretty good. I was a pro. Just because I had to demonstrate it. I did it so much, but I also had to demonstrate it so much. So you learn all the ins and outs of it. It's kind of like Bud's Buggy, like because it was happening on stream so much, and I started researching it, trying to figure out what caused it. I learned so much about it, I could just reproduce it at will. Still in the game though. Oh well. Breaking Bud, a new D&D TV series win. Yeah. It wouldn't make any sense. Bud isn't a D&D term, unfortunately. Unfortunately. We're killing with click damage, right? Yeah, we are. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pop one of these. We're at that point. Doesn't have to slow the game down because of not using fire breath. You just pause your fire breath potion now. Yeah, Eric is huge, way better than Jarlaxle, but Jarlaxle works just fine early on. Contemplating doing another Counter-Strike to Ishimane. Did someone do that already? I mean, I did it on my pick 3 playthrough. And the big problem is she doesn't get her free item levels in active play. It just doesn't really work. It only works offline or background. So you gotta like farm her up overnight after you get a Modron core. So until then, you're just kind of screwed. It's a little rough. I tried to like around that time. I really tried to give feedback on that, stating, hey, can you make like fire breath potions? Just if Ishi's setting Bud, can you make fire breath potions trigger her thing? And that didn't go anywhere. So it's unfortunate. I had really high hopes of Ishii being like the best, like the most efficient new player champion, because the new player DPS, because you can focus all your blacksmithing contracts on other champions, and she levels herself up, and it just didn't. It was okay. But the second you get a Karlach in the party, it just Karlach smash everything. Like there was no competition. Some gems to spend. Hunting for potions, really. Out of the golds. No, didn't get any. Alright, what do we get out of this? And progress. Not where I wanted it, but it's still progress. Yeah, I mean, Karlach outdoes Ishii in that regard, because Karlach is just like, I don't care about the item levels. All my power's already in my kit. So it doesn't matter that you're putting item levels on everybody else. And then when you get to the point where you switch DPS to somebody else in a different seat, Karlach's like, well, I'll still support you, boss. I'm cool. Ishii doesn't do that. So yeah, again, unfortunate. Just kind of You know, it's something that would need to be adjusted on Ishii to make her actually viable. It was a great idea. I still think it was a great idea. They just, yeah. Yeah. What's the thing? Yeah. One of the few champion commands we have. There's 3 champion commands in the bot, and that's one of them. There's 2 of them, and there's the 3rd one. I think it's Briv 3J. I don't really consider that a champion command, but I guess it does have his name in it. So maybe we have 4. Okay, maybe it's not. Did I turn it off? Hold on. Fill up the list. Oh, 3J Briv. There you go. It's the other way around. We kind of have a Halson one. We do kind of have a Halson one. Is that a break point? Lediath had done an explanation of how to make a 3-jump Briv work to help get you to 4-jump faster, and so I linked that. Because there just weren't a lot of tutorials on Briv jumping out there. Yeah. The bear did what? Yeah. Well, I mean, Maxi, doesn't Ishii need to kill something to get the bonus goal? And I think that's, I don't know. Again, I understand that's kind of how Makos does it too. So if you like that stuff, then I guess you're used to that. But I don't. So we never go that far. Not being able to click through these is annoying. Yeah, I mean, that's why he's called the Big Scabber. He takes up the whole screen and you can't even click. Like, distractions go behind him, which is frustrating. Yeah, but J-Dog, she doesn't You don't. I don't think you get the. I don't think let's find some treasure triggers until you kill something. Well, the killing bosses is for item levels. We're talking about gold. Hold on, let me just pull up our guide. Let's find some treasure. Increase. Oh no, it's just. Oh, did that change? Must have changed in the rework. She was an on-kill gold find before. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Having multiple versions of champions in your head sucks, folks. Because I don't use it regularly. I don't. It's not ingrained which version is the current one. Yeah, I haven't kept up with updates on that one. Did I put that somewhere else? Hold on. I did. I put it in finish. So I haven't seen. Oh, it's because all they were doing was adding like custom maps and stuff. Like a free play mode and custom maps, and that wasn't what I wanted from that game, so stop following its development. Just sad, because I like pirate games, but oh well. You said it took it pointing one out. Okay, we did Lazelles. My opinion on Monsters Coming? I enjoyed it. I've been tempted to play it off stream, but I'm having so much fun figuring out the updates in Conquest Arc. Too many survivor likes, too little time. And rebuilding my base in Dune when I'm not streaming, that I haven't gotten to play it much, but I liked Monsters Are Coming. Ishii non-kills getting reset by other champs. Oh. Where do we want to go? I meant to look. What? I'm just gonna hop in here and we're gonna look at gear real quick. So we did Esmeralda. We just did Lazelle. Dynahair. We should do Dynahair next. Yeah, because Catti still needs a green. Yeah. We could do Hank, but I think we do Dynahair. Friend of Monkey Island's also on sale this week. I mean, I have all those, but good for everybody else to know. All right, Dynahair starts in the formation. Other than Crydle, you may not use tanking champions. Okay, that's annoying. I don't have Crydle. This is a Minsk tanking expedition is what they're doing here. So you got a loyal bodyguard. That's really the point of this. Yeah. I was gifted Expedition 33. I haven't gotten around to playing it yet. I want to play it on stream, but... oof. Oh, I can't... Oh, right, I can't use tanks. I'm like, why can't I use any of these champions? Come on. Use Diana to knock them onto Minsk. Pass in here. Who's gonna be our damage dealer, though? I mean, do we just move? I apologize to everyone watching this. I'm so sorry. The variant made me do it. But Bobby does not go there. Bobby does not go there. I say this because there are people in this community that will tell you that that's where Bobby goes. And they're wrong. I don't often say that just someone's straight up wrong, but they're wrong. Why not have the 12 HP kid face tank a little? Well, he's at 83 right now, thanks to Minsk. Oh, Jesus. I mean, he's 8 years old. Don't put him at the front of your party. That's child abuse. He's not old enough to consent to that. Well, overwhelm doesn't mean anything when you take one hit and fall over. Just want to be clear. If overwhelm was an actual tanking stat, like that made tanks actually better, sure. It doesn't. I mean, it's like if you're already a tank, like if it basically allowed you to tank, sure. But if you're not already a tank, overwhelm doesn't do anything for you because you don't get to the overwhelm point before somebody smacks you dead. Is what I'm trying to say. When you have health, overwhelm becomes functional. Hey, Shevik. Okay, so we just did lasers. Oh, hey. Take the electrum. Well, that's more progress. Not where I want it. Put these out of the way. Laser chests. Man, there's blue. There's blue. Blue, give me that epic. Make it good. Wow. Ultimate attack damage. Wow. Well, that wasn't great. And the rest are really useful at the moment. Still missing a single blue. It's Ceramorphosis. That's where we wanted the epic to fall. The game was like, no. Are you kidding? You're making Bobby tank? No, you don't get an epic Ceramorphosis. That's what it was. It's karma. Karma. Three flame cards we help in Bobby tank? They will, yeah. But look, I got 2 gem cards. I'm not throwing those away. I'm not that dumb. No, no gem feeds. There we go. What are we even at? 12% per, because it's a white. It's a white. Yeah. No, not that one. I meant like her deck of many things. I haven't bought. We're not to the point where we're buying any feats yet, at all. So, there's the gem one now. We're not there. We don't have anywhere near 50,000 gems. Ooh, Bobby just scavenged some scales. You see that, folks? We've now got 30 scales. Doesn't do us any good. Hey, Jason's. So if we went to... Yeah, I mean, he's the only one we put scales on. But he needs 500? Yeah. First legendary on every champion is 500. Currently. So I don't think, and we'll just leave it there. No, I don't think, other than Hank, there isn't anybody we'd be going after. And honestly, we don't need to chase Hank. He's already full blue. Blue or better. Anyone else? If I could just get that green for Caddy Bree, I'd do her stuff. So I think after this, we head to the event. Yeah, same for Havilar. She's still sitting on missing a green. Same for Strongheart. Just all of these good champs missing a green. From Champ Tails. Woo! Minsk with a whopping 296 health. Jeez. He's not helping out a whole lot. $73. Enormous Chunks asked, the motor core with strength and speed, is that on the second split or the third? The speed core is the second split the party. That's the one we just got yesterday. So it's the fast core. This one. Now, the strong core is gems. The strong core, unaffiliated, dexterous, all 500,000 gems. They're not, the preview for it, interesting. They're not really worth chasing in the beginning, in my opinion, because, I mean, good Lord. That would stop you buying chests for so long. You got to wait until you're earning like 100,000 gems a day more. Then you can get it in a pretty quick period of time. You can get all three of them then, 15 days maybe, or less. So yeah, the fast core is the second one. The next one for adventuring parties is going to be Split the Party 3. That's the sleepy core. I mean the magic core. Like it's sleepy. Stand up studying those magic books too long. But we need, 4 champions in every bench seat, so 3 extra. You think about it, Split the Party 1 is 1 extra champion in every bench seat. Split the Party 2 is 2 extra champions in every bench seat, and Split the Party 3 is 3 extra champions in every bench seat. But we usually just explain it with the totals. For once, Hank hasn't just been dumping time gate pieces on us, which is neat. I just really wish that had been made up for by Diana just dumping Electrum chests on us. Hmm. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. There's one. Shandy, right? That's not what we needed. It's like they just avoid like the ones that could just be done and we could get, you know, good gear for, and it's like, no, we're gonna give it to Shandy, who's in full whites. All right. I mean, to be fair, she has the highest odds of getting a green, in the sense that she has the most number of places one could land. Right. So I don't think there's any more of these we're going to do right now. I think now we go into the event and deep run in the event, which we don't have. This is the big one that we're missing. Maybe I'll just make one of these and we hope that we're done in an hour. I mean, that's probably fine. They're gonna have to be. I want to make the purple one. Game could be nice and just give me one. They're like, here, have a medium. That's what you wanted, right? No. It wasn't. That wasn't what I wanted. There's a time gate piece. So if we're doing 3 time gate, well, come on. BBG. I mean, those are the big 2 that we're missing from speed right now. Then we could do, like, Duke Raven Guard. I mean, I know he's going to arrive in Tails, but that doesn't mean he needs more gear than that. He needs more gear than that, so... Valentine. Yeah, BBG is, you know, Carlock buffer, but I think, you know, Halson was doing just fine. I'm not sure how BBG without a lot of gear is going to compare. Another reason I'm not in a hurry to time gate champions is because I still need greens on the ones I have. And that's just going to make it worse. I mean, a champion is just going to make that get worse. This is my own fault for doing this thing where I'm not opening golds and platinums until I have green or better. That was a mistake. It was a mistake. We got Carlock, we got the Dark Urge, we got Valentine, we got Halson, King of Shadows. Can't open any of those huge packs. Where's Carlock? Oh, wait, Carlock is a green or better. When did that happen? Well, guess what we're doing, folks. Do we have any other Carlock chests? Yes. No, that's Diana. That's Carlock. All right. Okay, come on. Oh, that doesn't matter. Epic Rage. Yes. And then I'd love an epic speed potion. That'd be great. Carlock now full blues. See, we're getting dupes. Perfect. Carlock is now in her blue era. Diana is not full greens. She has a white right here. But Diana gave enough Electrum chest to green all your time gate chests. I haven't. She has the potential. She's only given me 110 out of 317. So if she'd give me more, yeah, we'd be fine. But she hasn't. All right, so Carlock looking way better. Looking way better. What's up, Bang? I got something for you. Feeling a little froggy? I think you are. I think you are. Boom. Boom. Now we can go. Now we can do the big thing, which is like, oh, you had some stuff? Well, here, have some more stuff. Have some more stuff, Carlock. Look, this is just dupe item levels. Take all these dupe item levels. There's a purple Clive the teddy bear. You like that, don't you? Yes. Now I'm doing the trash lady from the labyrinth. Oh no. I have become here's large potion of speed, and we like that. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Another large potion of speed. Oh, this is great.
The shiny on something we didn't care about. Dang it. I think it's Experience Gladiator. It's the worst place for it to fall. Epic Health. Fantastic. Another large potion of speed. Yeah, see, this is the stuff. This is what we needed all along. These were the friends we made along the way. Like 3 epics, 3 blues. This, yeah, and that was the wrong place. We wanted it. Honestly, you want it either here or here. This is ideal. It was one off by 1. That's the kind of progress we want from opening stuff. Now we got a lot more potions. All right, we're back from break. So yeah, Corlock ended up 3 purples, 3 blues. Shiny went to the wrong place. Almost 200 item levels. Right. She doesn't even scale really that well off item levels, but we'll take it, right? It was free. Why not? When is Duke Raven Guard coming to Tails? January. Yeah. January with Spurt. It's Cass and Nordum this month, and then we get no Tails in February. I'm confused by Cass and Tails of the champions because I grew up understanding that dead men tell no tales. There's your bad pun of the day. But. Oh, stop it. Okay, we're getting out of here. We're going to Simrel. And we're going all the way down to Lark's Lollipop. We're going down on Lark's Lollipop? Wait, what? Not right. That's not right. Definitely not what I meant to say. Okay, and we're gonna do an hour, and an hour, and an hour. I think we want to back that thing up. There we go. I need 120 for dash. We got redshift, yeah. Hey, it's snowing. Yay. I like the snow stuff. I don't think it looks good. I just don't like when it's on the ground and it's like, bright screen. Gives me a migraine. Too bright. Too bright. Now she can kick her speed effect in. Dun. Okay, start. We're basically just going to push for favor in this event. We only have E10 Char's favor only. Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good push for the first time. The 5 E10 Char's favor. Obviously, once again, we're shooting for somewhere in the 20s. It's usually easier to go further in events, so we may even hit a new high score. Well, you know, high area goal. Now see how far we can go with these hour potions. I don't really want to have to pop more. Those were Dynahair chests. So here goes Dynahair. 2 blues and 1 chest. No. Gonna be real excited. Oh well, spec choices, sure. Cheesy, whatever. Defensive position. Alright, here's the epic. What do we get? Damage all champions. That's fine. That's fine. I could open that once for Shandy once we get her in greens. Avalar still needs one. Electro. Dupe. Alright. Yeah. Nothing for the others. You don't have nothing like it. Higher, further, faster. Yes. Captain Garble. But on Split the Party, I've done it twice. Twice. Yeah, real fast. We did it yesterday. We split the Party 2 was yesterday. Split the Party 2 and unlock Strahd, so we have 3 patrons going. Now. Well, they're not going. We're not doing anything with them. I am doing a free play in Mert, but that's more just for trying to pick up Ruby coins because he was the lowest of the currency people. Had a pro tough time for the first one. Yeah, I mean they're tough. They're meant to be a challenge, but they're all doable. Second you can unlock it, you can do it. I do have a guide for that, so I followed my guide when we were doing it, and that worked out. For both Split the Party 1 and 2. or you follow it as best you can. Like there's obviously there's a bit of variability with who you lose in the splits, but the concept is there. Do I have enough influence on all patrons from the motor engine? No, not even remotely. We haven't done any variants. I think that's the confusing part. Is the only place now that we've done a decent number of variants is Tune, but we haven't even done the one that's the good one there yet. Like, so no. Managed to puzzle it out on my own and glad it worked. Yeah, good. Yeah, I mean it's definitely doable. It's the second one. I think the key is really gold find. So having some gold find potions helps, along with the speed potion. You know, a gold find potion, a speed potion, and then you're not waiting around forever. And that's nice. Otherwise, it takes a long time. Split the Party 2 would take longer than Split the Party 1. Split the Party 1 could stumble through pretty quickly. Split the Party 2 is much more intense. Also provides a lot more gold, but it scales real hard. Or I should say real fast. The stage after event, you might as well just do a Varnish over Tomb variants for easy influence from a push power perspective. I mean, it's on the table. Like I said, I'm stopping right now to consolidate power, right? Like to try to get access to the power that is available, easily available right now via, we just did some Tales of the Champions. Now we're prepping to do some event stuff. Like these are all, the event is running out of time. So I got to I haven't done anything except unlock the champions in the event at all. So, you know, I'm trying to make sure that even after the Flex Champion spot opens up tomorrow, that I have the favor I need to do, like, I think we shouldn't have any issue doing tier 2 with everything. So rather than doing multiple runs, I was just waiting to do tier 1 and 2 at once via my multi-tier. So we'll just shoot for the tier 2 goals with every variant we do. There's also a challenge week next week. We don't even know what that means. So I'm like leaving some space, you know, in preparation for maybe having to try to do that. So yeah. Well, that's not what I'm talking about, Maxie. I'm talking about my list. I stick to my list. It's still valid. I know other people don't like it, but I don't really care. It does its job. It does exactly what it says it's going to do. Haters can hate, I guess. I don't know. Oh no, you have the wrong core in. Oh. Oof. I don't think I can full tier 3. We haven't pushed that far yet. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this is our first actual deep run with favor and kind of our current power. Starting at an E10 base of favor here, and we're gonna see just how far we can get. But I don't think we're tier 3 ready, but we'll see. What list? Efficient variants? Yes, from my guide, from my Patrons 101 guide. Not whatever other people make, because they don't. I specifically define efficient variants in a very specific way. Did I say specifically enough? And other people just ignore that definition and come up with their own lists, and that's not the same thing. Paulson is the easiest followed by Jorvin. I don't have any of that. So not helpful to me. But yeah, we haven't gotten anywhere close to 1,000 area thousands. I ran a 750 something, didn't I? Hold on. They fixed this, folks. Did you see? I almost wonder if they were listening when I was complaining that it was opening up instead of down. 759 is the furthest we've ever gone, but so we should clear that in this event, but I don't know by how much. So, now we did just smash Carlock some gear and item levels, but again, she doesn't scale really based on a lot based off that. We'll see some improvement. You know, we've got Gale some stuff. I mean, Lae'zel got some ultimate attack damage. That's obviously going to carry us. Ugh. So frustrating. Oh, but you know, we could just get some of these Electrums to land correctly. We'd have better gear on a lot of people. But to be honest, I mean, you got to remember, this is the first event on this account, and we're already going to clear tier 2. That's yay. I mean, it doesn't even matter if we could potentially do a variant here or there in tier 3. I mean, we'd love it because auto blacksmith exists. But tier 2 alone is a huge prize for our first event. They weren't half naked champs. That's fairly recently. Bobby wouldn't matter a whole lot. But yeah, what we can get to with our perfect pushing team is always, you know, you're always going to shave quite a lot off of that in a restricted variant. 45 minutes left. Pretty good progress so far for 15 minutes, 230 something areas. I like that. Well, I'm aware. I understand, folks. You don't gotta explain the restrictions to me. Literally just said you shave off a lot for the restrictions. So yeah, we're not finishing tier 3. Could we maybe do a single tier 3 variant, like a variant 1 on some of the champions? Sure. There's a chance. Hey, there's that free play. But not the whole thing. Oh, well then you need to reply to them, because if you just post it straight into chat, then I think you're talking to me. So that's how they have the reply feature in Twitch, so that you can have a conversation with a person, and everybody understands the context of your comments. Third mine with Shandy and Minsk in the group on Gearless. I mean, we've got a decent number of speed champions right now. We look at speed. And, I mean, Esmeralda, Lazo, Dynahair Orhalson, Sentry Briv, Bark has got better gear in Minsk, Diana. I mean, we've got some decent gear here. But I don't think it's not 1,000 levels of decent. I'm actually like, are we going to get tier 2 levels of decent? Like, we don't know. We'll see. So rather than allow each variant to give 750 scales, would that be worth using speed potions? What does speed potions have to do with? I'm confused. I don't understand the question. I still understand. I still understand what does speed potions have to do with a reward you get for completing a variant. That's what I don't understand. I mean, I understand that, you know, I know that extra benefits is a thing for tier 2 plus, but I don't. It's not. Also, it's 250 for each variant. So the whole tier would be 750. So it's each variant gives 250 scales. But I don't understand what the speed potion has to do. I mean, I obviously think you should use speed potions to get through everything just so that it's faster, but I don't know why that has anything. I don't understand I don't understand the question in relation to the fact that you can get scales from a variant. Basically, there's no relation. There's no real relation. Like, just wanting to do it quickly is just wanting to do it quickly. But you don't get more scales because you used a speed potion or something, so that, yeah, not changing the amount you get. Hey, speaking of gems, were we? We are now. Where are we speaking? Oh, we got 3 Electrums and snuck in. I wasn't paying attention. There's one for Bobby. Nobody cares, Bobby. Nobody cares, Bobby. Dark Urge. Nobody cares about that one either. Oh, jeez. It's a bunch of nobody cares. All right. That's getting frustrating. Their numbers are down, and we're almost into the teens. Just a little too late, or else I'd have burned it on this run. Wow. Just a bit outside. Bobby in a Lark formation should be buffing quite nicely, right? Not the worst. Well, not the worst option. I mean, right now, I mean, item level 100 Eliwick, that's what we got to contend with, like. Because that's probably where. Well, no, Eliwick would become Havilar. So it would probably be Shandy's buff, which is pretty easy to beat at the moment. We're getting 0 stacks of Agile Allies at the moment. Wow, Shandy. I'll put you up here. That's better, right? Yeah, there we go. ES7 buff. So what would Bobby be doing in Shandy's place? Well, that ain't great. No, Shandy's, well, no. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's a gear issue at the moment, it feels like. Well, no. I don't know what it is. It's just not great at the moment. Again, I grabbed him to start trying to, once we were doing stuff with consistent favor, like at a campaign, to try to get more scales. That's the only reason I picked him up. I didn't pick him up to buff anyone. I mean, if you're asking, well, see, there was no clarification, so I don't know if that's what they were asking or not. But if you were asking, do I use it? Is it worth trying a speed potion if you're not sure if you're going to finish? I think you should figure out if you can finish first. You know, I don't know. So I don't know how to answer that. Frown upon responding to your own post, the attention being to stay on topic. If you, I don't. You talking about on Reddit? I'm so lost. I don't know what's going on. Actual question is whether it's worth it to spend speed potions in a tier 3 variant to get 250 scales. It's 250. Completed variants tier 2 plus 250 each. And upgrade an item in the forge, or whether the speed potion would be better used on a different. It doesn't. Speed is speed. You're saving time. It doesn't matter where you're saving time. I think that's where I was confused. Is it doesn't matter where you're saving time. You're saving time. You want to save time. So you use speed potions. I use speed potions everywhere. Then the only question is, like, do you know, are you worried that you might not finish? But that's why I said you got to figure that out before you try. Like, while you're doing stuff, you should be able. You need to learn to gauge, like, your power to know if you can finish it or not. That's the only real question. But that's not a question anybody can answer for you. You've got to know, like I said, some people are saying, hey, you know, you can always try it in the background. Sure. I don't like that, but I mean, I don't do it, but you can, I get it. And then you don't use speed potions, but, like, man, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. Maxi, then you have so many potions to spare. If you're using speed potions in the background, that's, you know, that's your call. But that's, you know, not everybody has. I feel like that's just a, wow. Like, until you get, like, infinite potion, to the point of infinite potions, I feel like it's a waste to use any in the background. But everybody play the game their own way. But I would never recommend that to anybody. Like, at this point where I only have a few, there's no way I would waste this in a background. I would consider it a waste in the background. Let me put it that way. Yeah, overnight when you go to bed, set it up, turn it off, come back, see if you finished. And you don't need speed potions at all. Almost halfway through our potions. Dark Urge is 1 away from being full green. What a jerk. What a jerk. Shows up after everybody else. King of Shadows is green or better. All right. There we go. We got chests for him somewhere. Yeah, there. Large potion of speed. Already got an epic. Beat the pity timer by a ton, too. And got a blue with it and a speed potion. Wow, what a great chest. Crazy. We'll get another epic. There it is. Beat that pity timer, too. Good lord. I mean, it's ultimate. Nobody cares, but still. So are we going to get a third? We're probably going to get a third epic for King of Shadows. There it is. Beat that pity timer by a bunch too. And that's a good one. Power of the King. I don't know what that one. Fourth epic. Phase 3 the Warrior. Yeah, okay. Our King of Shadows just got, beast mode. Oh, our King of Shadows just went beast mode. Holy crap. Holy crap. No, I don't want more. That was enough, don't you think? Almost full epic. Almost. We missed phase 2. The Shadow went on to the first spec choice. I think that's the pre-stack, right? I think he's the tank now. Warden just got kicked to the curb. And I think it's King of Shadows tank. And King of Shadows may take over damage at some point. Which is fine, but wow. Wow. Oh, the orb? I don't... Okay, never mind. Then that's... What's this? Hold on. Let me look this up. King of Shadows. Which one is his? I forgot to put something in that. No, it's not 5. It's this one. Second set of specializations? It's the second set. Dang it. I think. Yeah. So I got it on the first bet. Oh well. Yeah. All right. But we got an epic on the second set at least. All right, we need damage. Speaking of, time for damage. It's about that time for the rhythm in the round. And speaking of, why did I have Minskin? It was supposed to be freely. Y'all are supposed to help me when I screw up like this. What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, I doubt we probably won't get, unless we get lucky with a patron chest, we're not going to full epic King of Shadows. Nope, nope, nope. Undo that. There's the wrong thing. All right, filling those reagents back up. Does I can't remember. Lurking Rider, did you know? Did you see the spoiler stream? Like the I don't remember how long you've been gone. Since you've been gone. Lots of stuff's been announced. But I don't remember. Were you around to hear that Raceland Majere is coming to the game? Also, did you see that Griddle Champions, well, Without a Griddle is coming, which is probably without a hitch, but pancakes. But at least Lee and Sean are getting the gang back together. Getting the band back together. I don't understand what they're doing, what they're going to be making pancakes of, and Without a Griddle. I mean, just the trucks. Are there really the vehicles? Are there really that many different ones? I don't know. Okay. Now we're having trouble. So I'm for the big boy. I'm just going Power of the King. Because I just can't wait to be king. I don't know. Yeah, we're going to go Legacy. Good. And having King of Shadows with Briv is like the best possible scenario. Like double tank, because we're going to pump damage out. Like he does this damage thing to everybody, and Briv's just going to heal everybody. When things slow down a bit. But now we can't get any more electrons. That's this problem. That's the big problem. What kind of buff are we throwing down? E13 already. Sure. This is backwards. Total bonus should be down under this part. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's going to throw down a nice buff. But also he's going to have some good health. He's going to have some good health. Some good health in. He's building toughness and brutality stacks right now. We just want him to stay alive. Oh, hey, Tess got her achievement. You know, stacking up Shadow Plague stacks on each area. So basically, the longer he damages people on an area, that up to 250 stacks, he gains health. It's just a good combo with Briv. Make sure he can get to cap. Yay, 1% damage. Man, Leo, pure speculation. Is the presence of Raceland in the near future also imply getting Karmon and another pair of twins with their own synergy? I mean, here's what they said. They basically said the heroes of the Lance, is that their affiliation, are coming to the game? Or they said there's going to be 6 heroes of the Lance coming to the game in 2026. That was what they said. And they spoiled another one along. Oh, they didn't just said first. They said there's going to be 6 from that group, and they spoiled the name of one of the other ones, and it's the Kinder, whatever the Kinder is, because somebody got a trick question in asking if Kinder was gonna be a species, and somebody said, well, and Dupuis said, well, yeah, so and so is a Kinder, so Kinder's coming to the game. I don't remember the name. The name's in the Discord. Tasselhoff, there you go. So confirmed Race Lemagere and Tasselhoff Burfoot. Beyond that, nothing. We don't have anything. We don't know anything. It's all speculation beyond that. Take it now. Hope they somehow figure out how to make Lord Soth a champion. Huh? Yeah, I mean, I think the issue with Lord Soth is he's super powerful, but we're King of Shadows now. King of Shadows is a boss from a game, so you know, just because they've been an NPC in the game doesn't rule them out. Dragonbait was the first that was an NPC and then became a character. You know, we've seen that with a lot of the Evergreens, but also War Duck, and I think maybe even Strongheart. So, yeah, King of Shadows is a boss from Neverwinter, isn't it? Neverwinter 2 or something. Yeah, Neverwinter Nights 2. I wonder if they'll add Tassel to the variants, etc. that require all the short species. They'll probably add Kinder as the tag. We're gonna need to swap someone else in. Probably. Oh, there we are. We're out of the 19 time gate pieces again. God dang it. Yeah, you're coming out. You're coming out. You're going in. Give me that AoE debuff. Oh, this is better. For the moment. What's Gale throwing down? Only an EO6. Wow, with this gear? Here's the thing, though. That's the buff. And then he gets an EO5 debuff. I don't know how those work together. Well, it's multiplicative, but like... yeah. Hey, look, if Hank could buff better... Oh, I'm honestly, hold on, let's go look. Actually, he's at an E11. Like I said, I'm not sure. What's the multiplicative stack on an E5 and an E6 and an E5? It's gonna make my head hurt. Hold on. So it's if it's 8, 9, 9, 5. So it's 30%. I come back to 89.5 times. Nope, go back. Oh, dang it. It's an E10, I think. So honestly, even with that gear, I think Hank's better. Why? Why would that? It's because he has no stacks from experience stage. Well, that sucks. All right, he's staying in. And he's just getting all his stackers. Well, that's unfortunate. Mars doesn't make a variant adventure called Kinder Surprise. Is that a UK thing? I would have gone with Kinder Care, but or Kindergarten. Like those are the things that I think of immediately in the US. But. Yeah, you've got Gale. Gag me with a spoon, Mrs. Henderson. Exactly. That's all that matters. All that matters. All right, we need to move this back up here, though, so the buff is actually applying. That would be helpful. That would be helpful. We got 20 minutes left on these. Go a little faster now. Yeah. Maybe we save that for the last 5 minutes? No, we're going to do it right now. Kinder Surprise is a chocolate egg with plastic toys and oh yeah, that wouldn't be allowed in the US. Anything that we used to ban stuff that had potential choking hazards related to them Ilianders. I say used to because nowadays, the current administration doesn't care. But I think what it is I think in the US it's a chocolate egg and then there's a toy in the packaging next to it or something maybe. Because I think I remember seeing it. I just didn't understand why you would ever buy it. Like, I don't know. Similar to lawn darts, one dead grandma and all the fun is taken away. I don't remember that happening, but there's a reason lawn darts were taken away. Yeah, but dangerous. Because they were, let's be honest, they were drinking games in the summer. I mean, I remember watching people take Roman candles and popping them and just fire and having Roman candle wars and firing them at each other around, before the 4th of July. People do stupid stuff, and then and then that stupid stuff gets ruined for everybody else that was using it. Because of the stupid stuff, everybody else doesn't get to use it the way it was intended. Yeah, that stuff was all fake. Fake news back before fake news was a thing, man. But yeah. All right. We need to get some better damage. Actually, I say this and then I don't even know. Like, we've got to compare our buffers now. Was she even getting? No. He wasn't even getting that buff. So this is going to be better anyway. What is Eluix now? E7. With this stack. All right. So if we were to swap her, no, it doesn't really make sense to. Let's see who's got what. Let's see who's on first. You would go all the way back here and do what? Exactly. E6. Yeah, not worth it. Let me just make sure. Yeah, no, that wouldn't do it. Okay. Avalar would be here. E8. Before, stuff could happen. So, I think that's better. But only slightly. She's probably going to go away. Let's see. So 6, 9, E8. Nice. But she's never going to stack. So Uni's throwing down E6. We got another E6 over here. And that's better overall. Still gonna get Strongheart in. But for who? Shandy? Where's Shandy at? E9, Agile Allies. E5. Potential explosive arrow. So E6. That's pretty beefy. He's E9, but because what he needs is Righteous Might stacks. Okay. Please leave it like this and see what happens. For E20, we need a gold find team. Oops, I forgot to do that. Alright, gold find team. Again, it was our gold find. Regis. Jarlaxle. Valentine. You come up here. Hitch. Grits. Am I missing someone? Archon. Nice. Okay. Race matters. I don't know what I'm doing. Gold planning. Okay. That's E18 versus E11. Okay. Cool. All right. You're talking about advent calendars? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, advent calendars. Yeah. I mean, there are like adult advent calendars now, so. Yeah. They're pretty neat. I mean, there's lots of places that make it. It's just they're pricey. Because there's, you know, a bunch of stuff in them. I think Lego was doing one every year for a while. Basically 10 minutes left. We're in the 600s. So there's, I mean, there's room on this. We're not even going to be getting to like, we're at E20, but we're not even going to be getting to where we need to get in time. Joke's on you. If I mean, I don't know what country they're in, but in the U.S., there's no affording rent or a down payment. What are you talking about? How long has Hunmon had a misdirection fee? Quite a while. Yeah. That was a gift to, you know, gem farmers, basically. For those places. Well, or just speed in general, because there were formations where Hunmon needed to be in the front row to activate the speed, but you know, would fall over the second you got near enemies, and so they gave misdirection, and it's nice. Okay, next area we're gonna stack up. Go. It's a 6 nice area. Take these off the field. All right, so 3E21 is where we're kind of starting here. We're going to get a gold fine team in a second, but we want to max this out first. I wish she had an indicator for her rage, like in the formation. Some kind of meter would be nice, like other champions get. All right. So E211. So there's our kind of our bud spike. So E211. Pretty good. We're up into the E23s now for favor. I'm gonna go all the way back to speed here. And just race along while we're still killing with over E200 bud. So what does E211 tell us? That tells us we can get yeah, Potentially, I mean, this is in a perfect situation, we could get variant 1 in tier 3 done. But we can easily cruise through all of tier 2. Should be able to. Again, that's with our best team, but I mean, you only need E122 for the final variant in tier 2. So. And we're on the border of variant 2, tier 3 variant 2. Yeah. But you need a lot more for variant 3. You need E269. We're a little ways away from that. Who knows? Who knows once we get there and ramp up and soft cap and stuff. I mean, it's possible. It's absolutely possible. But. Yeah, for deep pushes, we definitely want Hank. If deep pushes, if we're using Bobby, we want Hank in tactical mode, which he is not currently. We want that crit chance. There's 1,000 chests, folks. Day 15, we hit 1,000 chests. Huge fire breath. Epics for everyone. Who cares? Oh, yay, we got more gold. Jesus. Okay. Valentine has 2 positional buffs. Wouldn't her goal find benefit from 1 or 2 extra? Sure. I mean, I could try to just add people with positionals to give her gold line, but I was just trying to use regular gold champions. We could do that too. We only had 3 minutes left. I'm not gonna try to do much more than we already did. Let's see. Speaking of Lord Soft from earlier. Come on, Carlock. You can do it. Just don't have enough speed to make it happen, to make it feel like it's happening quickly. There's the E12 at least, so up to 219. E25 is good. But yeah, like we could give a Hank and a... I don't know, does this one work? Yeah, there we go. There, now she's better. I don't think there's any other... Could do it. Daddy Brain. 666 E25. Yeah, there's the E20 gold find. But this is the end of our run, so we're in up E26. Yeah, E26, that's solid. That's going to let us do a lot. A whole lot. That's going to be it. All right. Okay. So then we're looking at like, who do we want to buff? And now suddenly Seymour standing beside me. Suddenly Nordham isn't a big deal because suddenly we got a big honking King of Shadows with 5 epics. But we're going to do it anyway. Ideally, we'd love to go 600 here. And since there's no restriction, there's no reason we can't. There's no reason we can't. So let's go Gadget Speed Champions. Oh, let's do it. Well, yeah, that's probably fine. Well, no, we'll do. Yeah. Test doesn't. Oh man. Oh man. None of those. We're just going in for the gems. Just going in for the gems. There's nothing. We can't buff. I guess scales, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, I know. We lost King of Shadows, but I actually don't care because that wasn't like we were able to clear 700 without King of Shadows anyway in a regular variant, so shouldn't be an issue here, is my thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're going to aim for 600, and it shouldn't be an issue. I don't foresee any problems here. The biggest problem, the biggest problem that I have right now is that Nordum is keeping Diana from being in and getting us Electrum chests. That's the biggest problem we have right now. I'll see you just coming up here. An idle dwarf survivor? Yeah, I gotta find that again now that... Oh, here it is. Okay. So, games played 33. 26 were new, 13 were demos. That math doesn't math, but okay. But that was 12 more games than last year. Achievements unlocked 1,056. Up 592 from last year. Wow. I don't know where that came from. Longest streak, 237 days. Which is 66 days longer than last year. Okay, I don't know. Auto Champions of the Forgotten Realms, 78% plate of my playtime. Dune Awakening, 8% of my playtime. There's the that's the next biggest one. Conquest Dark, 4%. Look, this is pretty accurate right now. This is pretty accurate right now. Because I've, playing Dune and Conquest Dark off stream, so. Stack your year against the rest of the Steam community. Steam median for achievements was 11, and I have 1,056. The Steam median for games played was 4, and I have 33. Longest streak, Steam median is 6, and I have 237. That just makes me, I don't know. I don't know if that's supposed to be good. Percentage of time played, 17% of my time was new releases. 83% is just recent favorites, so games from the last 1 to 7 years. I beat the percentage in new releases and I beat the percentage in recent favorites. Wow. Where I failed against other Steam users is that they play a lot of classic games from 8 years or more. Yeah. You are what you play. Action RPG open world survival craft idler is apparently what I mostly play. Oddly, Dwarf was not one of the outliers. Okay. Now let's look at the games you played. Auto Champions of the Forgotten Realms. You were still really into this game in 2025. Shocker. Although, man, you can see when I was gem farming from this bar graph. January, February, March, April, May, high percentages, like over 14%. But then starting in June, it all dropped under 5%. because I was Briv gem farming like 24/7 for so long. And then it was like, boom, done. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't. Listing off achievements is pointless when I have so many. Dune Awakening. Yeah, a ton in July, and then it's slowly fallen off. This month's been the lowest, and then that's fair because this month I usually have been logging in for like an hour at most, just to throw some crafts, do a little crafting, get a little resource gathering, and then I log out and play Conquest Arc. Speaking of Conquest Arc, a ton in May and June, and then none until November, and now it's, and then it's ramped up again November and December. Yeah. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. A ton in January, and then not a lot, and then more in October, but it fell off into November and none in December. Yeah. Vampire Survivors. June. That was June for me, based off this. And there's where a ton of achievements came from. Playtimes by month. Yeah. No, this makes sense. January through May was a ton, and then because of Idle Champions, and then it's dropped the rest of the year. Because we also stopped to play like Star Wars Outlaws and stuff was on Epic and stuff. And now we're on Epic again, so that always throws that stuff off. What? Huh. Yeah. This is really odd. For me, it's really odd to look at this. All right. All right. How many scales do I have? 80. 80. Yeah, Vampire Survivors and Deep Rock Galactic Survivor delivered a lot of achievement. When I'm planning to start Expedition 33, I think at some I think a son turn into Foghorn Leghorn more every day. I feel like maybe next week we're gonna be playing obviously lots of this, but Christmas Day I'm probably gonna play something other than. I think we'll fire this up so that and get it doing something in picture and play a different game. Then I was thinking maybe, day one of that. Maybe that's day one of Expedition 33, Christmas Day. But I don't know. Maybe it's boxing. Maybe that's a Boxing Day thing. I don't know. I think at some point between Christmas and New Year's, we'll at least get one day of it in. But this is what I'm playing primarily right now. So I want to play through this for people. I was thinking maybe I would have some pop-up streams on Saturdays or Sundays, but just hasn't happened. And in those cases, I would have played something other than I want to play that. I've got that battle marked. Just the D&D game. Got it installed. Expedition 33. Obviously, I'd love to do a Conquest Dark stream. Really. I was actually considering that for Christmas Day. The Christmas present to myself. Stream a Conquest Dark. Yeah, I don't know. The one they had in the giveaway on their spoiler stream, yeah, that was battle marked. Demio, X Dungeons and Dragons battle marked. Mars said, I got a key from the developers, and Mars had said that there was a dwarf in it that I might like playing. So I was like, okay. I figured I'd try it out. We haven't just made it. We just haven't made it there yet. Because the focus has been on this. I mean, I haven't even really been playing my main account either, so. Hey, large potion speed. Nice. That happens. Whenever we do these new accounts, it's just kind of takes up all my time. Night Dance Lover, thanks for hanging out. Dwarven Fighter strong, as it should be. Yeah, I kind of figured, you know. Christmas Day, I don't know how many people are going to show up. So, stream whatever the hell I want. Because it's Christmas. As long as I'm having fun, that's all that matters on Christmas Day. Right? Now I'm a little bummed because we put froggies on Gale. I guess I put a froggy on Gale. And now we're not even going to use Gale. And the dismantle is over. I think it's safe to say King of Shadows could get one. I put one on Karlach. Thought. Yeah, she's got one. I spread them out so that if somebody gets restricted out, I don't lose all the power. I lose a little bit, but not all of it. Except on my main. My main has... Well, no, I've spread them out on my main, but my main does have 6 on Karlach. Yeah. Yeah, Gale just, you know, oh man. When I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, Gale just... If he was in the party, he was never in my actual, but he was always in camp. Because I'd try to take him out and it would just be bad. He was just bad. And then on one run, he was just lending a hand the whole time. He wasn't in the party, but he was lending a hand the whole time. A froggy on Modron help for 2? No. I mean, enough froggies could help with lots of things, but that's not. Like a single frog? No. Not a thing. Gonna happen. To 110 scales. Well, yeah, I mean, we finally got Bobby in, so he's doing okay with his scavenging, right? He has a 10% chance of scavenging, but it's just 10 scales per. There, he got some more. Remember, others have like 5%. Like, he's at 5%. No, 1%. Never mind. He's at 1%. We are up to 70. It's Diana that has a 5% chance, so. Justice for Bing Bong. Yeah, I'm still bummed there was never a Bing Bong familiar in game. Oh wow, I just saw the Deep Rock Galactic added more upgrades. The permanent upgrades menu, like the top row of them. Wow. Okay. Hmm. Lots of balance changes. Wow. Okay. I'll get plating in at some point. I got Hank Cap quick and I even got one drop from Presto's. From what it feels like. Yeah. Presto and Sheila feel real slow. Presto, Sheila, and Hank. Or no, excuse me, Eric. But I mean, Eric just feels pointless. Well, Eric's not pointless. Presto's the one that's pointless. Presto's the one that does Modra component pieces. Eric gives corrupted gems, which isn't pointless. I can, work you towards a froggy. Sheila is potion reagents, though, and we tried her, man, on the last time around, and she just did not really deliver much at all, felt like. Eric got you 3 froggies already. Oh, not bad. Yeah, he's gold find only for me, though, so. The problem I have is I wouldn't want to be running him in an active party because I'd want Sentry for speed. Epic equals purple? Yes. Oh, that's right. It shows scales up here. I've now got enough that it's showing me the forge. This is where the first this is where the first scales would go. We got Carlock. Three legendary effects on Carlock is where they go to start. I remember, I was like, why did I have this open? I was going to open Idle Champions. Like, why'd I start Steve?
It's neither of those, Apple. It's on the ultimate bar. It's the one with the lightning bolt. This is Bud. Down here. Down here. The lightning bolt number. These don't matter. Ignore all of this. This is what matters. All right, main account is doing my trials run. Well, I mean, it says it's been working in the background. Oh, snap. I just realized. I can come over here. And I can buy a Nordum pack. Look at that green. Oh, you jerk. Probably shouldn't do that. Yeah. I only have 2 packs worth of tokens left, and we need to get stuff for the next champion. Ugh, I just wanted Nordum's done so I could open his chests. Maxi, is your Bud 101 guide one of your most read? Oh, I don't really... Can I go look at numbers like that? Yes. Do I track them? No. Do I like keep track of that? I'm not really. Hold on. Let me go over. 28,000 views. I don't really know what we want to compare it to. Hold on. Let me see what else. There's no easy way to look at all this data. You know, Formation Strategy 101 has more. Gold farming has way more. So no. Yeah, speed champions even more than gold farming. So yeah, no, not really. Did it beat terminology 101? Let's see. No, it might be my lowest. It might be the lowest viewed one. It might be. I don't think people understand. Yeah, Consumables 101 beats it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's my lowest viewed of the like introductory guides. It might be the lowest viewed. Still checking. Time Gates beats it. Good lord. Nope. Feats 101 is the least viewed. Feats 101 so far is the least viewed. Yeah, but I don't pay attention to this stuff. Like, to me, it's, you know, it's information that should be out there. I make it available to people. If they don't want to read it, they don't want to read it. Yeah. So Feats is the least viewed guy. Feats 101, and then Bud 101. Which is unfortunate because Bud's probably the more important. Bud is more important than Feats. Well, it is better than Feats, but it's more important than some of the others. People just don't care. What Pixo says, I want to know what champions are good for pushing. Scales infinitely, or as long as you. Here's the thing. Champions with infinite scaling abilities it's usually additive scaling, which means it just doesn't matter. It's not super helpful. You think it is because you think, well, if it scales infinitely, that's going to be great. But when it's stacking additively in this game, it's kind of that's the garbage ability, honestly. What you want are multiplicatively stacking abilities that have pre-stack multipliers. That's a very niche, but even some of those aren't great. Even some of those have abilities like on champions that are just multiplicatively stacking. They're better, like Karlach is better, that has better buffs than some of the pre-stackers. So the way I get what you're trying to find, but the game doesn't necessarily work the way you think it does. And when it comes to what champions are good for pushing, well, you have to decide what DPS champion you want. And then you look for the champions that support that DPS champion best. And that may change over time. It's definitely not necessarily going to be like, if you're early on like this, it's going to change a lot based off the gear you get as you go along. Like, I really thought that this Gale with 173 item levels and 2 epics and a shiny was going to be a better buffer than Hank with 11 item levels. Nope. I mean, they had the same blue and purples, but the item levels, it normally matters more, and it just doesn't. Gale just, even though Gale should, like, it would make sense that Gale would be stronger. He's not. And that's stuff you got to figure out and test on your own. How's the Artemis variant one? Oh, probably not used a lot. That was made for a snapshot in time when that was real rough. Oh, that was before insights really got tracked, so it doesn't have anything at all. Before they were getting tracked on the back end, so it's too old to have that data on. Well, I mean, Bud has been a core mechanism since it came out. Period. Wasn't always in the game. Jihad, speaking of feats, is Bruner's +1 strength feat needed for anything to give him availability? It was probably something that was put in for a variant or access to. Yeah, it's probably a variant that needs 18 strength. I'm not sure if there's anywhere else that would need 18 strength. It was early on. Some of the early +1 stat feats, they just kind of threw them around, and they weren't necessarily super useful. Nowadays, they tend to only give a stat feat, like, so it could be just for a random variant. Nowadays, they tend to only give stat feats that are focused on getting you qualified for patrons. Like, they have a much better delivery
system now, or decision system. So there's a lot of feats from early on when they first introduced feats that are just stat feats that are pointless for the most part. So it's some variant restriction for somewhere, but who knows where. Is 18 strength Kron's threshold? My head says 16, but I don't use Kron, so it could be 18. $16. Like I said, it's probably now a variant somewhere. All right, we're 2/3 of the way there. We still got half our potions left, so good. But yeah, when it comes out to trying to figure out like the best pushing champions, there's a large variety of champions that are solid. Are there some that the community like trend to as saying the best? Sure. But the thing about that is like they need so many item levels to make them do what they want to do that it's pointless to push that kind of information if you're not in if the person listening isn't late game and can generate, you know, millions of gems a day, or at least 1 million gems a day, right? At that point you can develop, like, you can look at like, okay, who's mathematically this becomes the strongest with investment, and then build that team out. But then also at that level, you can really just kind of build anybody you want at that point, because there's a certain point where with enough item levels, diminishing returns kind of kicks in just across the board. And while everybody was racing at different paths to get to this top, then it just kind of like becomes, everybody just kind of merges into the similar kind of damage area for all intents and purposes. So yeah, I don't know. So I don't pay much heed to like, well, who's the mathematically best? I'm like, well, who do you want to use as your DPS? Who's going to be fun for you? And what part of the game are you in, right? Like right now, my DPS is Karlach because she's just a beast in the early game. The moment you can get her early game as a new player, early game, mid game, she's going to destroy stuff. And she's not real picky about who she has with her, like some DPS are. She'll as long as it's a big buff, she'll say thank you and go kill things. Whereas a lot of it, there are other champions who really want very specific things, and it's like, and that's harsher on you, right? With Karlach, I have the freedom to just respond to how I'm getting gear and where item levels are going. It's nice. Well, so Yorvin may be who I flex last. I was trying to think about who I want to flex finally, and now that we've gotten Split the Party 2 done, I can just go ahead and flex Yorvin. Because the really nice thing about this now, he's in seat 10. Seat 10 before I was using Havilar to tank, but now we've got King of Shadows to tank, so that frees up Yorvin as a buffer in 10. And he's a big buffer. So that's why I was like, ooh, I shouldn't spend all my candles because I need that for Jorvin's gear. Yeah, so Jorvin will come in as a major support because, you know, Karlach's just like, oh, you got a big buff? Come join my party. Let's go. Yeah, doesn't care how he delivers it. I don't like Will. Will is very specific. You've got to build a very specific setup to get Will's buffs to work. So I don't bother with it. It's too restrictive, in my opinion. So I tend to stay away from champions that make things like frustrating or restrictive, or it's like Warduck is a headache and Will is just super restrictive. I mean, I know he rewards you if you do it, but then it limits who you're able to use currently. There just aren't enough. You know, there isn't enough of a variety. Like I can't use Will with Karlach and have it come out great. It's real rough. And everybody keeps begging for like a human feat for the Dark Urge. And I'm like, just so that they can use the Dark Urge with Will and have it be, finally the Dark Urge can have some damage. And I'm over here in the corner going, I hope they never give them that feat. Because people need to realize the Dark Urge is not a good champion. He's just a flexible champion. That's his strength, not actual damage. Everybody wants, you know, to make the champion that can go everywhere, the one that does the most damage. And it's like, Jorvin, that's not a condition. I mean, it's a condition, but Jorvin can deliver a buff without you going and getting Witchlight stuff. Although, hey, we did Witchlight stuff already on this account, so. Can't use Will with Karlach and make it work? That seems like a massive oversight. No. Shouldn't that be the best to work together? No. Again, Karlach is like, if you think about it from the Baldur's Gate, just as the characters as they sat when you first meet them, Karlach isn't necessarily you know, on the same page as everybody else. She'll join your party and stuff. And can you develop them into friends? Sure, but that's not how this game works. Yeah. Will is so finicky that he isn't really designed, like the absolute adversaries aren't designed as a totality to work together much at all. Like you can't just use all of them. You have to pick the ones you want, and then you have to look at the strengths. And the biggest issue with using Karlach, with using any of the absolute adversaries with Karlach, is that Karlach doesn't get better with more tadpole stacks. And that's the big oversight, right? Karlach doesn't become a better champion at all. Like in terms of damage or even support buffing, no. What it does is it gives everyone else in the party more health. But that's arguably kind of pointless to a certain extent. Like if the tadpoles had given her more health, that would have made her a better tank, and also would have then served the purpose of giving better health share to everybody. And they didn't do that. So there's, you know, in that situation, Karlach just doesn't care about the absolute adversaries, about having them be in the party. The other absolute adversaries care about having her in the party because she's got a tadpole she can give them. And they have buffs that care about that stuff, but she doesn't. So when you're doing like DPS Karlach, she isn't interested. She just wants to be surrounded by the strongest people and that's it. So, I mean, I think there's, you know, there's a chance now that we could try to build a Carlock will formation on my main account. See what's changed. There's some more tiefling feats, and or at least there's at least a tiefling feat. There's also a new tiefling, and we gotta see what we can do to try to build a good formation. But Will just wants a lot. He wants you to do a lot of work. Yeah. Interesting, Ravenous. Yeah, I've been, every time I get an email now for a key for a game, I pull it up on Steam and I check to see, like, is there an AI notification? If there is, I just, nope. But, yeah. Why? I keep trying to let me play one of these village builder games, like Cozy Village, but it's like, you've sent me like 4 emails now, and I never responded to any of them. Like, get the clue. When I didn't request emails and people send me stuff, I don't reply. If I don't want it, I don't reply. I didn't sign up for your newsletter or whatever for this. And if I had signed up for something, I would reply and say no thanks, but and be nice, but otherwise I'm not. Man. So I'm just gonna, people vote with their wallets on these issues, and then the reply was, that was true. EA would be bankrupt like a decade ago, and so would obviously Ubisoft. I don't think you are misinformed. Just because there was lots of uproar and some people stopped buying that stuff doesn't, I mean, you underestimate the volume of people that were buying that stuff, and how very few people, like, even though there's lots of, it seems like lots of people are complaining on the internet, how small of a percentage that is at times. Yeah, it doesn't really change anything. What's gonna change potentially things a lot for EA is them getting acquired by a like the Saudi fund or whatever. That's gonna cause a stir. But yeah, I mean, if you know, people do have the ability to vote with their wallet, and the fact that EA still makes money and so does and continues to go on and on, it is telling you how they were voting, and you weren't correct on how they were voting. Okay, we died around 509. We need to get some damage in. Time to actually get a DPS in the game. Bobby, you're gonna become something else. I don't know how we're gonna do this, honestly. We got so many people that buff like behind, but not in the same column. It's frustrating. We need to move maybe like this, and then you come out and you go in. I think the best, you know, kind of the best indicator that some video game companies, not the big ones, EA doesn't care. Like EA is just going to do what EA does. But like smaller studios are seeing pushback from AI, from them using generative AI to get their game launched. But saying, oh, well, we're going to patch stuff in after. And it's like people are flocking, like moving away from those games. To the point where those, you know, lots of game studios are complaining about having to declare that AI was used because they're worried that people aren't going to buy the game. It's like, well, then guess what? Like that's people voting with their wallets, and you don't want them to. Like that's game studios actively trying to prevent people from voting with their wallets, and so the whole voting with their wallets thing. I mean, it should work, right? In theory, it should work. In practice, it doesn't work the way we all would like it to. I think the only thing that I've seen lately where it's working kind of the way it should is Target. Is the absolute destruction of Target, and I am here for it. I mean, they're like, well, we can't fail. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, do you know how many just department stores have failed over time? I mean, Sears Roebuck and Company used to be just a behemoth. Nobody cares anymore. Kmart was huge. It was everywhere. Gone. You know, like, so you can't just assume that just because you were Target once, like people thought you were the fancy version of like Walmart and Kmart, and it's like nobody cares. Yeah, Montgomery Ward, no. So like, you know, Target decided to act like, you know, they could do whatever they wanted because they were big enough that they could do whatever they wanted, and then their customer base just fled. Because guess what? You can't. Not when you're a department store. No. Big stretch. Now that Steam wishlist is working again, and since it's not on there for me, what was the D&D game name again from the spoiler stream? Oh, Battle Marked. Battle Marked. What did Target do this time? Oh, it's still the fallout from dumping all of their, you know, diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. Yeah, I mean they screwed themselves. They didn't understand who their actual customer base was, and they all just boycotted and haven't gone back. And then they made the mistake of not like pairing up with another company and not paying attention to the problems that company was having too, and that it's the same overlapping problems, and then combining, try to do a promotion, and it's like, oh, wow, yeah, that's not going to land. Idiots. But we need more of that. We need more companies just getting absolutely shellacked by their customer base because they're making bad decisions. But man, yeah, Target was not one that could make those decisions and then live through it. All right, we're almost there, folks. Our damage is not quite where we'd like it to be, but we still got Eliwick doing absolutely nothing. Problem is, I'm not sure who we could bring in to actually do something. Is the problem? Maybe Melf? He's the only one with a shot. Warlock is different. Warlock was from like the Game Awards. I didn't watch the Game Awards. Like, they've got too much They've got the person that runs that is just too many bad decisions. I don't watch it. I just look on social media for the inevitable posts about actual things that are interesting. So no, it was battle marked. Yeah, that's better. 169 is, I think, where we were targeting. No, I was clicking the hide your ad button. I've reached the daily limit for hiding ads. Screw you, Reddit. I guess I've reached my daily limit for using Reddit. That's what that tells me. All right, 10 areas. This is our first ever variant attempt on this account. We're going all the way to tier 3 in variant 1. Yes. Ridiculousness. Absolute ridiculousness. I just have none of the power that we would need, I feel like, to finish a variant 3. Because you really want a leveled Modron cores. You really want patron perks. You really want legendary effects. And I don't have any of that stuff. I don't have any of that stuff. Well, Carlock doesn't. That's not how Carlock works. Like I said, Carlock could get you through the early game and give you early game power. She'll be solid in the mid game, and then she'll, then you need to swap her. Now, solid in the mid game doesn't mean that on her own she can carry tier 3. Ads. Billy Under says, I'm astonished from time to time how ads were cultural zeitgeist mere 20 years ago, but nowadays people do everything in their power to shut ads off. Well, we never had the power to avoid ads back then, or we would have. Right? Or we would have. That's the difference. We just don't have a way. We can avoid them now. Yeah. So if you could avoid ads, why wouldn't you? Oh, we cleared 600. We're done. All right. New adventure unlocked. Swimming in debuff. Breaker 1-9. The champions that crit. The fodder that fights. A mixed welcome. These are all the champ tail stuff. An acidic welcome. Or resolve. For victory. Threading the needle. Nom nom nom. The critical hits strike back. An affiliation affair. Chipping away. Charging up. One-hit wonders. Crossover episode. Basically, we just unlocked the tier 2 for variants down here. Oh, we unlocked tier 2 and tier 3. Because we did tier 2 and tier 3 variants at the same time. Oh my, there's no way we're getting to 1200. We could probably do the 600s at some point though. So there's one down for Nordum. We're obviously not going to start another one today. This one we would only do through tier 2, so 350. 800 feels like too much to ask. Because I can't use chaotic champions, and guess what Carlock is? Core strength is the one with you need speed champions. We would be trying to get 450, but might be a stretch. It's unfortunate that all of these event champions aren't really champions that we care too much about for gear at the moment. That is very unfortunate. All right, let me switch over to the other party. Yeah, look, it's just Bruno by himself. I have unlocked the Vecna Eve of Ruin campaign. Oh, jeez. Nobody cares. I don't have a green here, so I can't open the chest we just got. Dang it. But he did get some item level. No? Yeah, he got a little bit of item levels. Not a lot, not a lot. He did get some item levels out of that from the auto blacksmith. All right. So Bruno's just going to chill here overnight. We're going over here. Tomorrow. Wednesday, we'll be finding out what challenge like what the challenge thingy is. Challenge week. I have no idea. So we'll find out what that is tomorrow and maybe try to mess around with it on this account. I don't know. It feels like something that it needs to be done on my main account and not this one. But it depends on what the rewards are, right? What are the rewards? Tell us. If we're not getting rewarded, then yeah, I gained about 30 average item levels. But before that kicks in, we'll most likely we'll do another one of these variant ones to 600. We should be able to do all the variant ones to 600. Or we just, you know what, we're going to try to knock Nordum out. We're going to try to complete Nordum. We're going to try to just complete Nordum so that we can just put a check mark through that champion for the event. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We'll start with that tomorrow. Well, that's going to be it. I'm out of here early. I can smell dinner's already ready. And I'm hungry. Thanks for hanging out. Again, tomorrow challenge week starts, and we've never had something called challenge week. Tomorrow we'll find out if we've had something like challenge week. There was some really old throwback stuff with high rollers and I think Ack Inc. From years and years and years ago, and maybe they're bringing something like that back. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. See you then. Bye, everybody.